Okay, we're going to get going here. Good evening. This is Huntley Community School District 158 board meeting. We have a budget hearing to start the meeting tonight. It's starting at 6:03. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Grady.
Here.
Mr. Karen.
Here.
Mr. Gentry. Mr. Quagliano.
Here.
Mrs. Melendi. Mr. Troy.
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino. Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. We could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Hey, I'm sorry, do we have students? We do students. I'm sorry, we have students. Can we have students? I didn't see. We do.
We sure do.
Sorry, could you?
They were behaving better than this.
That side of the room?
Are we entirely surprised?
Usually I'm in that crew, but today I'm with this crew. Come close. No one will like to hear. All right, so these are some fifth graders from Conley. They were chosen for their awesome leadership and kindness in the first couple of weeks of school. We'll do the pledge and then I'll have them say their name.
Great.
All right, here we go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
My name is Jade Wallace. I'm from Ms. Berkey's class.
My name is Steve Mon, and I'm from Mrs. Halliburton's class.
My name is Gabrielle Artino, and I'm from Ms. Randall's class.
My name is Nathan Sterry, and I'm from Mrs. Gosley's class.
And my friend Gabby is celebrating her birthday today.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Gabby. And we'll come up and take a picture.
Yeah, absolutely, right up front.
Here we go. You guys.
Right here, guys.
Anybody got a crown?
Awesome. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. You guys did a great job.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for being here. Really appreciate it. Mr. Sterry.
Oh. Who's the birthday girl? Happy birthday. How old are you? 11. Oh my gosh, double digits.
That's my first board meeting.
Okay, I'm going to take a couple.
I would love to be in one.
Okay.
Because you're so well behaved.
Yes, I know.
Can you take one on this phone?
Feel free to come on up if you want to take a closer picture. You're welcome to, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. You did a great job.
Okay, item 3 is public comments. Do we have any public comments for the budget hearing? No. No one wants to line up Mr. Altmeyer for your budget hearing. Okay, item 4 is the budget hearing. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. I'm getting my technology set up here. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right, thank you very much. And I love the audience tonight here, specifically for the budget hearing, I presume. You're all very much part of this budget hearing, so thank you for being here. I am extremely excited, maybe that's a little overboard, pleased to be sharing the 4th draft and the final draft of the FY23 proposed budget. And because it's the 4th draft, I'm not going to spend, well, a lot of time going through everything because we've done it 4 times already or 3 times already, but I am going to provide enough detail that it gives you a really good understanding of the FY23 budget, because what you're going to learn is with this FY23 budget, it's kind of like no other budget we've ever had, meaning there are some things going on this year that we have not seen in a very long time, and that is a lot of revenue that's come our way. So we want to talk through that, because with a lot of revenue comes a lot of expenses, and we want to make sure that the board and the community are kind of aware of kind of what's going on. Am Why isn't it shifting on me here, Chris? Yeah, it's gone. There we go. Now I know how to move it forward. All right, I like to start with this because, these are our kiddos. This is why we do what we do. This is why we allocate resources the way we allocate resources from preschool to graduation. Well, this is what we do, right? This is all students always, and this is what you're going to find with this budget, is everything we do is to follow the strategic plan of the district. And within the strategic plan of the district, the goal is, well, that we remain sustainable to meet the needs of the students and community. And we have a sub-goal to allocate resources effectively and efficiently. And we have another sub-goal beyond that, is to operate efficiently and effectively, and to minimize expenses wherever possible, and to maximize revenues wherever possible, so that we can provide resources to students, and it's all students always. And that's why I like to start with the pictures of the kiddos, because that kind of reminds us what this is all about. So what am I going to talk about tonight? I'm going to talk about big picture operating results for the budget. I'm going to provide you revenues at a glance and expenses at a glance. It'll seem like it's a little more than a glance because I'm going to be providing a lot of detail. We're going to talk about modifications from the last draft, and we're going to end with risks and ultimately the recommendation to the board to approve the FY23 budget. So at a very high level, revenues are $123.6 million, with expenditures of $123.3 million. And if you look at the revenue line item, you can see revenues are increasing approximately $10.1 to $10.2 million. So that's why we want to dig into the revenues so you understand where are those revenues coming from. And certainly the expenses are going up by the same amount. The majority of that increase, a big part of that increase, is all the federal revenues that we've received from ESSER and the American Rescue Plan. Ultimately, we'll arrive at a $252,448,000 surplus. So let's dig in a little bit. The proposed revenue allocation by source. I think we all know that while property taxes make up a very big portion of the pie, so to speak, at 59–60%, we've got a lot of other areas, and going counterclockwise. Other local revenue includes things such as food services revenue, right? For the food we provide our kids, and what they pay us for their type A lunches and their a la carte lunches during the school day. Corporate personal property replacement tax are also part of other local revenue, as well as interest earnings. We have the evidence-based funding, that's the state funding at 24%, and then we have other state revenue, and the other state revenue, well, those are our categoricals. Those are our reimbursement type of grants, which are the regular ed and special ed transportation, as well as private facility and room and board, if we have any. Federal revenue generally is this. It's national school lunch and it's Medicaid. It's the IDEA grant, preschool and regular, and title grants, and maybe a few other very smaller grants. But this year it also includes, well, a lot of ESSER money and ARP money and other grant money for which we've applied for and received, and so we'll kind of get into the details there. Over a 5-year projection, going back to 2019, you can see that in FY22 and FY23, we had some pretty large jumps in revenue. And those large jumps are primarily driven by the increase in federal revenue, whether that's national school lunch or ESSER. So we'll dig into that. Specifically looking at local revenues, they're expected to increase by about $6.6 million. We have an increase in levy dollars of 3.1, and I think we're all aware of that's new construction, that's CPI at 1.4%. That's next year's CPI at 5%, plus an estimated new construction of $12.5 million. The next bullet is an increase in other local revenue, primarily food services revenue, of $2.6 million. That's a big number. Well, that increased $2.6 million because if you recall last year, under the summer feeding program, we were providing kids free lunches, so we didn't have that revenue coming in from the students, and that's generally about what we collect on an annual basis. So versus budget, we have an uptick in revenue on that line item. The offset is down below in federal under national school lunch, and we'll talk about that shortly. We also have an increase in corporate personal property replacement tax, I'll just call it CPPRT, here on forward by $716,000. So each year ISB puts out an estimate as to what CPPRT would be district by district. Well, last year, ISB gave us an estimate of about $500,000. And generally, year over year, we have been collecting $450,000 to $500,000 in CPPRT. Last year, you may recall, and we talked about this, we received 1.5 million. I think the last time I talked to you, it was 1.2, but with audit entries, with the final payments coming in, we accrued, we're sitting at $1.5 million. Well, ISB came out with another estimate for FY23, and that was also $1.5 million. Well, okay, it's an estimate. Last year's estimate was 400 or 500,000, and it came in at 1.5. So on the CPPRT line, we estimated it at 75%. So rather than budgeting the full 1.5, we budgeted 75% of 1.5, and versus the budget, that's a $716,000 increase. We wanted to be conservative on the revenue line item. State revenues are expected to increase $1.9 million. So this is good news here. During the month, we received notice from the state of Illinois that we moved into Tier 1 status. Now, I'm not sure if that's good news or not, because Tier 1 status under the Ebf formula, that's the adequacy level. That means we are farthest from adequacy. And because we're farthest from adequacy, meaning we're underfunded more than any other school districts in the state, we get to receive more money. So that's the good news. Bad news is, well, we moved into Tier 1 status. As a result of moving to Tier 1 status, we have an increase in Ebf funding of $1.29 million. Our previous budget, in other words, if we remained at Tier 2, we would have received about $695,000 of additional revenues. But under Tier 1, we received almost $1.3 million of additional revenue, so that's important to note. And that should be moving forward year after year as long as we don't get into Tier 2 status. Under state revenues, we also have an increase in the transportation revenue by $552,000. Remember, this is a reimbursement line item, and last year's budget was small. Well, last year's budget was small because the previous year we were in remote learning, and while we didn't do a lot of transportation, right? So the budget for last year was smaller than it is this year because in FY22 we were not in remote status. And then lastly, federal revenues are expected to increase $1.5 million. But the big jump is the increase in the American Rescue Plan, the ESSER funding of $3.5 million, and that's offset by a reduction of the national school lunch revenues of $1.79. Let's first talk about the reduction in national school lunch. Last year, we budgeted a very high number because we knew we were under the summer feeding program, and we knew we were going to collect quite a bit of money under that program. In fact, we collected in excess of $3 million last year. The budget was approximately 2.5. We're reducing that 2.5 million to normalize what we normally collect on that federal line item at about $800,000. Important to note, I'm specifically going to look for my notes here on the federal funding of $3.48 million and kind of walk through what some of those line items include, because under those line items, those are the line items that curriculum and innovation and the Special Services Department will, we're going to be providing some awesome programming and some awesome things to our kids. And so I think that is definitely worth noting. Under ARP-ESSER 3, we're receiving $2.3 million of additional funding that is all budgeted for this fiscal year. That's the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funding, and it's being used to support increased costs associated with the pandemic, as well as the academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs of students resulting from the pandemic. For example, within that grant, dollars are going to be utilized for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 resources to support literacy throughout the system. That is excellent. In addition to that, as well for English language learners and dual language interventions, we'll use the dollars appropriately for that as well. We also received an increase, another grant, and it's called the ARP IDEA Grant. We increased the IDEA Grant by $400,000. Those additional dollars are for funding for individuals with disabilities within special ed and will be used as appropriate under that grant. We also have $40,000 for ARP IDEA Preschool. Again, additional funding for individuals, preschoolers with disabilities, and we'll continue to use that money as we have with the other IDEA funding. Lastly, we have two grants that we applied for, and I think I talked about this in a previous board meeting. So there's not too many districts in the state even applied for this, but we did. We went to length and applied for these things, and we're receiving the Art Community Partnership Grant of $323,000. We're going to receive that 2 years in a row, so you'll see that next year as well. And the Community Partnership Grant addresses the post-pandemic gaps in opportunity and unfinished teaching and learning, well, that we're all facing here in Illinois. And the grant aims to decrease the gaps in meeting students' social, emotional, behavioral, and mental health needs. And we're going to be using those dollars as appropriate and as noted there. And then we have the CURE after-school program grant of $380,000. I believe that's 1 year. Is that right? It is a 2 year. That's also a 2 year, so that's good. So you'll see that again next year. And CURE, just so you know, because I didn't know what it stood for, is the Coronavirus Urgent Remediation Emergency Fund. That grant aims to provide opportunities outside the school day to improve academic outcomes, expose students to an array of college and career opportunities, and provide mentoring and advocacy programs that inspire our youth and our students. So we're going to use that grant as well for those purposes. So those additional dollars are going to significantly help our students this year, well, and beyond. Right? We're investing in our students in the future, that is for sure. And I'm sure the Learning and Innovation team, the Special Services team, they're going to do a fantastic job managing this grant and providing excellent things to our students moving forward. I also want to note that for all of those federal fundings, those are reimbursement type grants. We're not going to receive the money until we spend it. And there's also carryover opportunity. So we have through FY24, September of FY24, to actually spend those dollars. So you may see some of this carry over into next year as well. So that's important to note. Okay, I moved forward apparently. I must have been tapping on something here. I'm going to go back. Oh, sorry, guys. Let's start this over. That just doesn't work that way. Okay. Let's see the kids again. Okay. Okay, now we get to talk about expenses. We're not going to dig as much into expenses as we did revenues, but let's start. Salaries and benefits approximate 76%, nothing new there. I think the majority of us know that. So going counterclockwise on this pie chart as well, let's talk about some of the other things that we have going on. Within benefits, the big piece of benefits is approximately $11 million or 9.5% of health insurance. Health insurance was budgeted at a 5% increase this year. That was about $550,000 of additional dollars. The remaining benefit amount is for TRS and IMRF and payroll taxes for our employees. So that's a big part of benefits as well. Under purchase services, they include such line items, material line items, as contracted transportation. We increased that line item, $375,000 for FY23. Contracted custodial is approximately $2 million. Snow removal, $343,000. Property and liability and workman's comp insurance, $1.2 million. Banking fees, legal fees, etc. Those are the things under the purchase services line item. As you can tell, we are a very, very big district and have a lot of expenses in those areas. Under supplies and materials, they include, well, primarily instructional supplies, but it also includes major items such as technology inventory to make sure we can purchase Chromebooks and laptop replacements each and every year. That's about $1 million. Curriculum and instructional supplies, natural gas and electric, those two combined are about $1.2 million. Transportation fuel, diesel, propane, that totals about $550,000, as well as cafe food for food services and other things of that nature. That's the supplies and materials. We'll talk about capital projects in a later slide. And other objects primarily include special education, private tuition, and room and board. Gives you a good idea of what we spend our money on. All right, similar to the revenue slide, you can see in FY22 and FY23, we have a major uptick in expenses. With the major uptick in revenue, primarily driven by federal funding, we have to offset, well, that revenue with actual estimated expenses against those grants. So for the same reason, we had an uptick in revenue, we have an uptick in expenses, but we can go through some of the major line items. Salaries and benefits are expected to increase $5 million. Union and non-union increases are $3.1 million. We've hired additional employees to address the pause in learning from the pandemic. We did that early on in the year, approximately $400,000+. We have benefits, health insurance, payroll taxes here. That increased $1.4 million. We talked about that already. Purchase services are expected to increase $1.8 million. Of that, $1.5 million is an increase associated with our ESSER funding dollars. And then we have the increase in contractual transportation that I talked about of $350,000. With our driver shortage, because we still, make no mistake, we still have a little bit of a driver shortage, it's an offset. The majority of this is an offset from driver salaries to contracted transportation. We did have to add a little more dollars to the budget because, of course, it's a little more expensive. But we were able to move some dollars over within the budget. Within supplies and materials, that's expected to increase $1.44 million. And $1.62 million of that is the increase associated with the ESSER grant funding. We also have an increase in transportation fuel of $100,000 due to rising fuel prices, not a surprise. And we also have an offset, and we talked about this at a prior meeting, offset by a reduction of curriculum new adoptions of $505,000 based on their needs within the department and the things they're doing in the department and the current funding they have. We reduced that line item as appropriate. Lastly, capital outlay is expected to increase by $614,000, and that's primarily additional expenses associated with the district's deferred maintenance plan. And we'll talk about that here shortly. These are the modifications from the last budget, and many of these things we've already talked about. We talked about Ebf state funding. That was an additional $530,000 from the display draft we previously talked about. The CPPRT, we adjusted to 75% of the ISB estimate. That increased revenue to $137,000. We talked about the CURES grant. We added that and the related expense below for $380,000. And I'll only touch upon the material line items. Under the expenses, we talked about the CURES grant. TRS expenses was increased approximately $100,000 to improve our estimate overall based on our current salary level and current contracts. We increased substitute teaching because we have noticed an uptick in substitute teaching as well as the rates for substitute teaching increase. And then we had a few other line items increase. ALOP, the alternative program, we took that in-house, and within that line item, you know, we knew we were going to save money by bringing it in-house. It's going to be a huge benefit to our students, so kudos to the high school for taking that on and moving forward with that. But that's a $200,000 reduction on that line item. And then we talked about transportation adjustments, contractual transportation. And then lastly, we were able to, with the increase in state funding and the EBF Tier 2 to Tier 1 money, we were able to put a little more money to the capital building project as outlined in the deferred maintenance plan. So that's primarily going to be used for the roof replacement at the high school, for asphalt replacement, carpeting replacement, as well as safety and security kind of at the ball fields over at the high school that we talked about in the last meeting. And then lastly, in the capital fund, Fund 60, we're also budgeting the solar for transportation. And we're putting that in Fund 60 because it's non-operating. And eventually, if we need to, at this point in time, we don't need to transfer dollars out of transportation into capital projects. We can, but that is also in the budget as appropriate. Lastly, we start and end with pictures of our kids. But, you know, I do want to talk about a few risks because a few risks, well, they remain, right? We have the economy, right? A downturn in the economy or an upturn in the economy affects CPI, it affects interest rates, it affects everything, it affects purchasing. We have supply chain issues. So the economy can impact this budget moving forward. The other thing that can impact this budget is, well, the risk we take on by being self-funded, right? The health of our members and the large claims in the pipeline, as we talked about, that can impact this budget. And then lastly, we talk about, well, execution risk, right? There's always execution risk. Things always happen. Chillers always fail, right? Things sometimes happen and we have to replace flooring and whatnot. But one thing is for sure, We will keep our eye on the prize, and we will continue to implement operational efficiency and minimize expenses wherever we can and maximize revenues wherever we can. So from an execution standpoint, I'm not too worried about it, but it is definitely worth noting. So with that, I'm going to end here with a recommendation to have the Board of Education approve the FY23 budget with $123.6 million of revenue and total expenditures of $123.3 million with an operating surplus of $252,448. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We were at a slight operating surplus before, or slight operating deficit?
In the display graph, we were at $237,000 positive.
Yeah.
So it increased just a little bit.
Right, and then just clarifying on the summary of material modifications, that the EV infrastructure, that's an increased expense, correct? I'm just looking at the.
Correct,
Where we
yeah,
have the
sign's
brackets.
going the wrong way.
Yeah, no problem, okay.
Yeah, it's an increased expense, and that is just for the solar. The EV infrastructure was accrued in the FY22 financials,
Okay, no problem, yeah.
because we started the process of placing orders for chargers and things of that nature.
Right. First, I'll ask any of the board what kind of questions they might have. Mr. Troy, you're shaking your head. Any questions?
And either you or Dr. Rowe, actually, for this one, what causes the shift in the tier for adequacy?
Well,
Because I know there's a numerator and a denominator portion to this, and to have that shift, it just.
Well, that is a great question, and let me answer it this way, because it's a very complex formula, right? Mr. Troy, I know you pulled the EBF calculation page from ISB, and it is an incredibly complex formula to get there. But during the year, if you recall, I talked about, in prior year, I talked about there being an EBF correction. And during the year, there was an EBF correction for which we as a school district received $97,000 of additional funding because they corrected the calculation back in time. And essentially what that ended up doing was it changed the calculation and took a lot of dollars away from Chicago Public Schools and reallocated those dollars throughout the system and throughout the schools. If you also remember, over the years when EBF was implemented, we were always tier 2, and we were always floating around 67 to 68%. And the state of Illinois, in an effort to get everybody closer to adequacy, well, they set aside $350 million of additional funding. But the fact of the matter is that $350,000 of additional funding really just kept us flat year to year. So if you look at our adequacy level percentage year after year, it was always at 67.7, 67.8%, and we were just below the tier 1 status. I'm looking through my notes because we are now at, I believe, 71 points. Our adequacy level has changed, and it changed because, well, they corrected the formula. But even though, so our adequacy level used to be 67, 68%, and my point is this, used to be 67, 68%, we were tier 2. It's now 71+%, and we're tier 1. It changed everything when they redid the calculation. So I can't really, other than tell you that if the state of Illinois continues to only set aside $350 million, will we get closer to adequacy? I believe we will under tier 1. But under tier 2, no, we're staying flat. So we will continuously creep up a little bit, which what that means is, when I say creep up, it's really creeping down, because we may fall into the tier 2 status at some point.
So what is, the question then would be, what is the boost that tier 1 is getting that tier 2 doesn't?
They get everything that the tier 1, so the way the formula is literally like 49%, and 50%, about 50% goes to tier 1.
Okay.
49% goes to tier 2, 1%
goes to tier 3.
Tier 3, and tier 4 doesn't really get anything, okay? So what happens is if you're on tier 2, you just get part of the 49%, but if you're in tier 1, this is what I learned, I didn't realize this because we've never been in this situation, you're in tier 1, you get tier 1 money and tier 2 money. That's why it's almost double what we were previously receiving. That's why it's so much more, right?
So
When
what,
we tell you the pool is 49% and 50%, well,
so what that tells me, if I'm understanding this correctly, is not anything that we did or didn't do, it's that the scale was recalibrated.
Correct.
And it just so happens that on that recalibration, we've been impacted by that reset, if you will.
yeah, well, they got it right is what they did, because I will tell you, within tier two and based on our spend, and when I say our operating cost per pupil is really low, it's really low because we don't get a lot of rent. We spend what we received, right? And so when you look at the pool of districts that were under tier two and you looked at our spending versus even anybody else's, we were by far lower than most. And we were lower than a lot of the tier one districts. So it makes sense that we were bumped up when they fixed the formula. That's why I think they got it right.
Just trying to convey that message to people out there, because it's important for them to understand that this isn't a factor of what we do or don't do. This is an impact by forces outside of our control, essentially.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You had anything?
He took my question.
That's good. Good. Kevin, do you have anything you want to focus on? That's fine. Sean or Bill down there, anything? Good. Yeah, again, it's nice to scratch out the surplus. And on a $125 almost $1 million budget, it's not a massive surplus, but we're not in the business of building up massive surpluses. So that's, but you're thinking we're cushion-wise, it's about as good as it's going to get right now, right?
Correct. And like I said, I think not that all of the revenue line items are conservative. They're not. I think the levy is rock solid. I think, CPPRT might come in a little higher. There are certain line items that may come in a little higher. There's always a true up. And this is interesting to know, right? We budgeted the transportation reimbursement based on our final submission of the transportation reimbursement claim. But after we submit it, maybe 2-3 weeks from now, they come up with final prorated percentages, and they usually, there's an uptick based on the calculation. And so that might be a little conservative as well. But historically, that's the way it's always been.
Right.
I think it's a very, very solid budget.
Right. Biggest risk to the budget is our self-funding of our health insurance. Would you agree? So that's the biggest risk. We mitigate that risk by having stop losses, but again, that's per person type of deal. It's not district-wide, right? It's per client.
Well, we do have an aggregate claim loss.
We do.
Yeah, which is at 125% of the total estimated claims. So if the total estimated claims are 11 million, we have aggregate stop loss at 125% of that.
Okay.
Which is good.
Which is good, but.
Yeah, I know many of districts that have hit that aggregate. And it's a good thing they have the aggregate, because imagine if you went 40% over.
Yeah.
We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. So on the stop loss alone, yeah, we now pay a significant premium for that stop loss insurance. And I wish I had it here, Mr. Zier, but if you look at the history of what Blue Cross Blue Shield, because they're our carrier for stop loss, what they have paid out back to us,
right,
versus what we paid for the premium, we are definitely winning. For the last 3 or 4 years, our premium is much less than what they have paid in.
Which just means it'll continue to go up, because they won't always let you win.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
You're right about that.
Yes. We need to get our employees a little healthier if we can.
Yep. So, yeah, having said all that, at least historically, this arrangement has worked out. We still usually come in at or slightly under budget on our health insurance claims, but it is probably the biggest risk we face in our budget. So.
Correct.
again, this budget is a process. We started this in either February or March, right? The first presentation of this budget.
Yeah, and normally we start in December, starting to accumulate all the data in the files and everything we need to do to present that in February. So it is a long process for which exactly you know I am excited to present it.
To be done with it for
I get a
another,
couple months off.
for a few months. Yeah.
I got things for you to do.
All right, very good. Okay. With that, that's the hearing.
Yeah, a little different this year because this is not the evening of a board meeting. We ask
Right.
that you approve this
Yeah,
here
you want
as
me
a
to
special
approve
meeting
it
as
to
well.
go forward? Okay, so, you're asking me to do that through an actual motion here.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll make a motion, to approve the fiscal year 23 budget as presented this evening. Is there a second? Second. Second from Mr. Craddy. Again, I'll emphasize this is just to go forward to the board meeting. It is approving tonight, okay? That's the approving to approve, okay. So then, roll call, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy? Oh, sorry. Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Okay, that motion passes. I'll make a motion to adjourn the budget hearing at 6:40. Second.
Second.
Second, from Ms. Maiorino. Can we have roll call?
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi? Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. All right, we will now begin our September 1st Committee of the Whole meeting, which was estimated to start at 6:15, Mr. Altmeyer, but somehow got to be 6:40. So that's okay. So let's call that to order. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Craddy?
Yeah, here.
Mr. Guerin?
Here.
Mr. Gentry?
Here.
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mrs. Melendi? Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Here.
Forum is here. Item 2 is public comments. Any public comments for this portion of the meeting? Okay. All right. Item 3 is revision and adoption of the agenda. I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Is there a second? Second. Second from Mr. Guerin. We have roll call.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi? Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Item 4 is the Finance Committee, my committee, so we'll start out with our payables. We have our purchase orders, impress checks, accounts payable, and disbursements that are presented in the agenda. Is there any questions related to these items from the committee? Down here. Ready? Any other board members have any questions on the? If not, then we'll move those forward to the board meeting for approval. Item 4.2 is the monthly fiscal updates. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. Really nothing to add here. I will just add one thing that didn't make the memo. During the month, we learned of an opportunity with our propane alternative fuel fleet. And that opportunity is that while the federal government is giving a 36-cent per gallon credit for every alternative fuel gallon that we use. We just need to go through the process of registering with the IRS and going through the excise tax process. So that is very good news because with the increase in propane buses and the amount of fuel that we are using, you know, that could be upwards of $2,000 or $3,000 per year per bus that we have coming back to us, so that is also good news. So just want to let the board know I'm going through the process of registering and going through the Form 639 and ultimately the Form 720 process of claiming those dollars. So that is really good news.
Okay, was it something new, or is it
Well,
just something
it was out there last year, and Central States, our bus manufacturer, our electric bus manufacturer, and they're also our propane bus manufacturer as well, notified us of that opportunity. And then I'm working with a few other districts, specifically Palatine, because they also just learned about this. I'm not sure why our manufacturing companies and propane companies didn't share that earlier, but Palatine as well as us, we're going through the process of trying to recapture even dollars from prior year as well. So I will keep the board up to speed on that, but it's been around for a year or so.
Okay.
And it was 50 cents in prior year.
Right, okay. I mean, there's a lot of different fuel tax credits that are out there. That was not kind of.
And I don't know if it's new this year that if you're a governmental entity,
Right.
right?
Okay.
That can claim it, that could be what is new about it this year, but I haven't been able to dig into it as much as I'd like.
That's what I'm curious about. I don't know what what happens, you pay all these taxes up front, and then you go to file and claim the credit, but I'm not sure what the exemption is. Is it just because we're a public entity and they?
Correct.
Okay.
When I learn more, I'll share a little more with the board.
That's fine.
But that just came down the pipeline literally a week or so ago. Other than that, that's all I have for monthly fiscal update.
Yeah. We're going to talk about, I'm just looking at your memo. We're going to talk about the debt restructuring here shortly. We talked about the budget. Are any, the committee, any questions for Mr. Altmeyer on his updates? The rest of the board? If not, we can move on to the next item, which is 4.3, the revenue and expenditures report, Mr. Altmeyer.
Well, you know I love to present. This is the revenue and expenditure report. You have the executive summary. Well, it's for July. It's the first month out of the year. I will tell you, we are absolutely tracking with budget. There's really not a lot to share here. And normally, I just, let you peruse it, but nothing really to share at this point in time, 1 month into the year. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I have really nothing to share.
You're there. Okay. No questions? No questions? No questions? Okay. All right. Hold on. 4.4, revenue contract. We have revenue contracts, one from Arlo Music and the other from McCaven Elementary. Any questions or concerns related to those fundraising contracts? From anyone?
Just a nostalgic thought on the Art to Remember.
Yes.
As it continues on.
Yeah.
I have some on my desk at work.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, good deal. We'll move that forward to the board for approval at our board meeting. 4.5, bond issuance, parameters resolution.
Well, there's one thing for sure. If you thought the budget hearing was exciting, this is
going to top it. Bob's here to.
Yeah, and we do have Bob here from PMA, Bob Lewis, our financial advisor, here to talk about what we need to do and proposals on the table, parameters, resolutions on the table, right? This is kind of standard operating procedure for us at this point, giving us the authority, giving Mr. Quigliano, myself, and Mr. Gentry the authority to move forward in the best interest of the district to refund essentially the final year of the wall and some other opportunities as presented. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Bob Lewis, who has the presentation, and hopefully my technology skills are a little better when you're up there and I'm here. So let me pull that up here.
Do I need to push it down, Mike?
Push what?
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Well, as Mr. Altmeyer had alluded to, if you look at the cover of the presentation, it says final refunding of bond and interest wall. So those of you who've been on the board a while have heard about this many times. And I'm sure you're very happy this will be the last presentation on the wall, as the debt picture will be completed on what the objective has been that the board has tried to put in place over several years. A reminder why it wasn't done all at one time is that the nature of your bonds are such that they're not immediately callable. Some were not callable at all. So we try to do things in a way that's most efficient, minimize the escrow expense, sell as many tax-exempt bonds as possible. And as a result, hopefully we're driving the least costly program. So I'm turning now to page 3 of the presentation, which is a market update. And the graph that you see here is a presentation of the Municipal Market Data Index.
Oh, there. I'm good, Chris.
Good, which is the Dow Jones Industrials for our market, essentially.
Right.
So what you see graphed here is the 5, the 10, the 15, and the 20-year rate. Going back to February, rates have been going up much of this year, not just in the municipal bond market, but all markets, corporate bond market, treasury market, mortgage market, all interest rates have been trending upward as a result of the change in mindset about inflation. Inflation is no longer considered transitory. Last year at this time, you still heard people using that word. And then as we got to January, coming back from the holidays, it's when really people started to react differently, and the Fed started to fight inflation as if it was something that wasn't going to be transitory, which is what's caused the interest rates to go up as much as they have. Now, we have come more into a cyclical pattern as of late, some upward movement, downward movement, depending upon the market news. The last couple of weeks, rates have been trending upward again, because I think the market's got a little more exuberant with the last CPI report, thinking that the Fed would back off sooner, and might see interest rates come back down. And the Fed speak has been, hold your horses, we're not going to start lowering rates anytime soon, because their primary objective is to defeat inflation, and because of all the things that it does to the economy. So with that market, whether it's the stock market, which has dropped quite a bit, or bond markets, which have seen rates go back up as a result of that news, the Fed essentially said it's going to be watching the information as it comes out, what they're going to do next. It's going to depend upon the CPI report that comes out on the 13th, what the employment report is that comes out tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow, the employment report. It was always the first Friday of the month, so I think it is tomorrow. And so what's good about this plan of finance, though, if you may or may not recall, as we've done the various stages of refinancing, we've always sold the longer bonds first. So we started at the back, sold the longest bonds when rates were lower, and just kept working our way forward to the point now that these financings are going to be very short. So even though interest rates have come up, the overall impact to the plan is very negligible because the bonds aren't outstanding that long. So the board should be congratulated about implementing the plan that it has over the years, so it's really helped to minimize the interest rate risk. A little more background and reminder of the history of the plan. So the objective of this plan was to eventually get to the point where the annual bond interest levy no longer went up. And you'll see in a couple slides here the graphical representation that goal is going to be achieved. But debt service has been ticking up over time, albeit not at the original scheduled increase annually. It's been really meant to target the portion of your new property, and that's what this chart shows here. So your new property is averaged about a little over 1% per year, which is really follows what the plan has been all along, is to increase around 2.5% for what is the reassessment increase, an additional 1% for the new property. So on average, it's been about 3.5% increase per year on the debt, but eventually those increases will no longer occur. The next slide just gives you a snapshot of CPI, because while we do focus a lot on debt when we talk through this plan, of course, taxpayers don't just pay for the debt, they pay for the operating side too, which the operating side is impacted by what CPI is. Because of the way PTEL is written, CPI, the increase that's available this year is 5%, because PTEL says it's the minimum of 5% or CPI, and the first time ever in the 30-year history of PTEL, it's the 5% that is holding. What's interesting though, while it is 5%, and I don't have this graph in here, but it's one I've used in some other presentations. If you look at the first, the 10-year periods under PTEL, the first 10 years, the average CPI was about 2.52%. The next 10 years, the average is 2.49%. The final 10 years, including the 5% for this year, is just a tad under 2%. So even though we had this higher year this year, if you look over the last 10 years, we've been well, a half a percentage point below what the average has been the first 20 years of PTEL. So this graph here shows you the increases of CPI. Now, the good news last month is the year over year has ticked downward, because when you think about CPI, what it is, it's a change in the price index. And when you hear the news report, CPI is 8.5%, that doesn't mean that's what they went up that month. It's looking at 8.5% year over year. So it's taking, for example, when it came out in August, that was based off the July number. That's from August of last year through July of this year. It was 8.5% higher. So every time a new month comes out, like when we get the August number in September, that replaces the August number from last year. And so you're naturally going to see CPI likely to start to decline, because the numbers that are from last year in the second half of the year were pretty high. So if we can replace those higher numbers with some lower numbers, you'll start to see CPI start to come down, which will be good for many aspects of the economy. In fact, if you look over, so while the headline number last month was 8.5%, if you look at the month-to-month change from June to July, it was 0. In fact, if you go right to the index, it's actually slightly negative. So that's good news to see that, and we'd love to see that again when CPI comes out here in a couple weeks. This this chart shows you, well, how could CPI end up this year? Because the snapshot, guys, important for your operating funds is the end of year, the number that comes out in January. And so we have 5 more months to tack on to the graph. And what this is a chart that Piper puts together. It's actually a very, I think, interesting chart. It looks at the 8.5% dash line. That says each month is the highest month that's been in the last 20 years. You end up at 8.5%. If each month is the lowest number it's been in the last 20 years, then you end up with 1.7% in here. I don't think anybody's expecting that. But if each month just comes out the average for that month, so what's the average of August over the last 20 years? That would bring you out at 6.2%. So that's why you're naturally, I think, going to see CPI coming down, just because we're replacing higher numbers with lower numbers. Now, if it's still above 5%, that's what will matter for the following year. So we took those 5% increases, for next year and likely the following year in mind when we look at the debt plan. So in meeting with the administration and a couple of board members, we looked at some options. And, the options, ultimately, when you get to percentage changes, they really weren't that different. So we looked at which one really had the least increase in debt service as a result of completing restructuring. That was the first option, which is just following what the original plan was. 3.5% increases until we can level off. So the next slide finally gets us to the picture that we wanted to talk about.
Next one.
Got that?
Oh, next one.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you
Is the gray area represents your current debt payments. The dark blue columns represent future debt payments. Because levy years 19, 20, and 21 are taxes collected in 20, 21, and 22. So those are historic numbers. And then levy year 22 is the last year of the wall. And that year of the wall is going to fill in, essentially, you'll notice a dip in the gray over the next couple of years. It's only going to be basically a 2-year bond issue. There's a little payment in the 3rd year, but essentially it's a 2-year bond issue. Again, the strategy that was put into place working out. So after the restructuring, your debt picture is going to look like the blue bars. So just 2 more years of increases, levy year 22, levy year 23, and then you actually drop down and level off. That's the objective. Now, while I did say the debt payments are increasing from levy year 22 and 23, what the board has, I believe, committed to do is to abate some of that debt service, $750,000 in levy year 22, 2023 to help offset the 5% increases in the operating side. So you'll actually see a decline in the bond levy from levy year 21 to 22, even though the payment's slightly higher. And again, in the similar payment in 23, so the taxpayers are only going to pay the blue bars in those 2 years. The orange portion we pay from those $750,000 abatement, which currently is in your fund balances. And then you'll see a green bar in 24. It's because you have before you 2 different resolutions. One is a resolution to complete this wall restructuring, and the other is you have a bond issue that's currently callable the next 3 months that you might be able to refinance for savings. And I say might because, again, we've seen interest rates pick up a bit here recently. And the strategy for that refunding is, unlike your mortgage, where if you do a refinancing of a home mortgage, your payment changes on the same amount each month. With bonds, we have some control of controlling where that savings is utilized. So the thought is we're going to put that savings in levy year 24 to ease the plan back into the objective after the abatements go away in levy year 23. So again, the green is subject to market conditions because that's an optional refunding depending upon savings. I'll show you the estimate here in a little bit. Whereas the restructuring of the wall is something that has to occur. Otherwise, your debt levy is going to go up to over $20 million next year, which of course you don't want that to happen.
No.
The next slide is just the detail that funnels into the graph. You don't need to read through that, but it's there if you want to go, if you want more numbers or details to go through later. So the last slide of the presentation is that aforementioned refunding opportunity. So the 2014 bonds are callable on, I think, January 1st of 2023. Now you can refinance anything on a current basis within 90 days of that payment. So we're going to be in that window here very shortly. And that bond issue, we're estimating would have savings of around $150,000. Present value basis $172,000, so not a huge amount dollar-wise, but it's a rather small bond issue and it's rather short. It's only $7 million. If you recall, we did a refunding for savings a couple of years ago of 40-some million that saved millions of dollars. But again, the advantage of doing this one is typically once you get to the call date, the amount of savings available to it will start to dwindle. So you really, your best window to try to execute is just before the call date, which is what the window that we're in now. And then again, to place all, you notice the yellow column, the first 3 years, savings are essentially zero. The last 2 years, savings are essentially zero. We're not quite at zero because bonds are sold in $5,000 increments. And then the 4th year is where we accumulate all the savings in that 1 year. And again, that represented I think it was the color was green on the prior graph, where we put the savings in that year to come off the final year of abatement. So, as Mr. Altmeyer alluded to earlier, there's 2 resolutions that have been provided to you that the board has for its consideration to be approved on September 15th, 2 weeks from now. One resolution is to complete the restructuring of the wall, and the other resolution is for this optional refunding. We will take term sheets that go out to banks. The thought is that because of these are relatively short, and the refinancing of the wall is what's called a forward refunding, that's the best way to execute these sales is to go directly to banks like we have the last couple financings. And so term sheets have already been prepared to go out to them. When the bids come back, the walls, that one will proceed with taking the best bid on that one because we got to get that in place. The optional refunding of the 2014 bonds, if the best bid that comes back on that doesn't produce a reasonable amount of savings or any savings, so then that one you just don't proceed with. Or we just put it on the shelf for a little bit and then hope that maybe there's a rally at some point that we can jump in quickly and try to lock in our rate and save the money. But at least knowing with one of those resolutions, that's an optional refunding subject to meeting a minimum amount of savings. So that is the sum total of the presentation. Anything else to add, Mr. Altmeyer?
No, I think, we've been through this year after year with the parameters resolution and how to move forward. And I think we recognize that this is the final year of the wall. I think it was great. We do have an opportunity here. Hopefully, we still have an opportunity with increasing rates. But, yeah, the administration's recommendation that the board approve these two parameters resolutions. And we do have them broken out in the board packet under two separate items. So they will have to be two separate recommendation approvals.
Right, and these resolutions came forward from our bond council.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, does anybody, first on the committee, have any specific questions on either of these two, resolutions?
I guess just a basic one on that. The main wall refinancing, and given the short-term nature, is there a scenario in the market where it just isn't executable? Or is that even a possibility, or is it just a matter of rate?
Yeah, I suppose the one concern could be, as far as executable, is, it is a forward delivery where we set the rate today and it closes 10 months from now, 12 months from now, depending on when we execute. We ran into a situation with another school bond that only went out 4 years, where one of the banks, and a bank that's been on some of your bonds in the past, JP Morgan, just came back and said, it's too short, we're not interested, it's just too short for all the effort of doing the credit. Yeah, so that would be a concern. I mean, if a bank doesn't want to do that, or no bank wants to bid on it, we have the option to do a taxable, restructuring of it, in a public offering. So there's a way to get it sold, it's just a matter of we may have to change the approach some.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna push this out to multiple parties, and our expectation is there'll be enough interest on it. But, the last one, we ran into an issue with, as you were saying, and we ultimately, I think Piper, right, ended up taking on said they take on the credit.
Yeah, that was when we did the larger refunding.
Yeah, right.
That was very challenging. Piper stood up and took some of the bond
Right.
inventory. Yeah. And the banks that bought your last series of the wall from last year was PNC Bank.
Yeah.
And we're getting actually ready to close on that one very shortly.
Right,
So,
yeah, that would be.
yeah, and I know PNC Bank, we're really wanting to get active in the market. They're very interested in working with the district, I think, other opportunities. So I imagine they'll want to bid again.
Yeah, the risk, again, I know you're probably aware of it, it's just, significant events happen that just put a pause. And I think that's kind of what was happening that last time a little bit, is there had been some unusual, demand for municipals. I think at that time, it just kind of, that week, it dried up a little bit.
Yeah.
From that standpoint. So I think it was just that particular instance. So, you can always, something like that could always happen, but that's why we have a little bit of flexibility in the timing of this with the parameters. We got a window.
Yeah, you have
to
a
work.
6-month window to
Right.
get it done.
Right.
Yeah, from a market risk standpoint, we manage that with construction because it's only going to go out 2 years. So, the amount of interest you're paying is so low, it's just a matter of it, was it too short? And we have to change approaches in the bank placement. Well, it doesn't work unless we just go to a public offering, but, eventually it will get done.
Sure.
Anybody from the board have any questions? Mr. Troy?
Not so much a question. It's actually just the feeling of closure. As one of those people who've been here for long enough to watch this progress, it's nice to have that closure finally and see that last segment of the wall go away. And seeing that restructuring level out finally, where we're not facing that $24 million payment here in the next year or so. I'm not sure that the taxpayers quite understand that, but it's been a daunting challenge for us as a board to stare at it and knowing that this could be coming in. And even though we've had a plan for the last several years, like I said, it's just nice to have that closure at long last.
Yeah, I would say it's the pretty picture.
Yeah.
You finally got it. You could always got the pretty picture a few years ago, it would just cost you a lot more.
Mhm.
And now you got it, and it will be, set, closed.
Right, yes, I would second what you're saying, Mr. Troy. With that, I mean, there's a certain level of angst over time that's existed just with the sheer volume of that wall that existed and the dollars and just the not knowing. We quite frankly, we got really fortunate. Interest rates, the whole time we were doing it, interest rates had come down a fair sum and had been pretty level and favorable, and we were able to accomplish most of this in very under good circumstances, given the hand that we were dealt with most of this being discount bonds instead of the regular general obligation bonds. So it is nice to kind of get to this point where we're just gonna sew it up and tailor our debt, because I think the one thing most people would not understand, I would not expect them to understand, our regular operating levy is tax capped, okay, so that has certain limitations upon it. Our scheduled debt has to get paid come hell or high water. I mean, it's what we committed to pay at the various times we issued it, and so that is an obligation of the taxpayers, not tax capped, and it would have affected people's tax bills substantially if we had done nothing and allowed that to occur over these years and just said, well, it's too bad, that's how we scheduled it, and not do anything about it. People would have been paying significantly more in taxes in this district. The debt would have gotten paid off sooner, and that's one thing, but it would not have been fair to everybody who's going to utilize these schools over the lengthy period of time that these buildings are in service. So, I think from that standpoint, this got managed exceptionally well, and worked out exceptionally well for us. So, I don't know if anybody else has anything. Sure.
Okay, so here's
what we got left. Yeah.
what's causing the dip? I'm not necessarily.
Well, the dip going in the out years is what we, the
Is
gray
it
is.
the abatement?
No, this is what was scheduled currently, and we didn't fill in that gap. I mean, remember, a lot of these bonds initiated, 15, 20 years ago, and so these were really long out years that were out there that they were waning off. We didn't fill in these gaps. We chose to fill in, these gaps existed in the out years 4 or 5 years ago. We filled these in because that's where the long term was where we got the most risk, okay? And so we kept this open because, the last piece of it, we could fill in with the shortest debt that we determined that would create a lower, interest rate risk, because you're not, generally, we got some inversion going on in the interest rates right now, but in general, you're paying a lot less interest out on these bonds on a short-term rate than you would on a long-term rate.
Okay.
So that was what we purposely left available, but that existed from many, many years ago, as far as how debt was rescheduled to be repaid back then.
Okay, I thought there was something that was causing that.
Not recently, not recently.
Okay.
No, nothing new.
I haven't been around.
It's
I'm coming in at the back.
This is one of those things that if you were to go back in time to like the year 2000 and look at the entire puzzle from the very beginning, you'd see a number of these types of walls. And we've navigated and restructured and filled in the potholes that you see in the gray area in order to make the road smoother and not have to deal with this roller coaster up and then this big dip down and hitting a crater. To me, in my head, the way I've kind of rationalized this is, think of this as your own personal mortgage. And if you had to deal with this massive payment for a 2-year period, like a balloon loan, how would you navigate that? And then seeing after that it just craters and you go, okay, I'm going to take a massive hit here, but the good news is it'll be nicer 2 years after that. Well, I think we all would like a little bit more stability in that instead of having to deal with the rocky road or the roller coaster and dealing with it. And essentially that's what we've done, is navigated away from the roller coaster, away from these treacherous ups and downs, and provided that debt stability, which helps the district overall when we do budgeting, because like Mr. Altmeyer has said, there are the things the unknowns that you don't know what's going to go wrong. It could be a boiler or a chiller or having to navigate. Years ago, it was the drive for what was that academic drive. We kicked that can down the road for a couple of years because we couldn't afford to fix that road at the time. So all of this helps for the long-term planning and the long-term stability of the district. So that's why for me, this is bliss. Just seeing this finally
I thought this was new, so I think that's where I got a little dip. I'm like, oh, this is something new we're doing, but okay, this makes sense now. Thank you.
Yeah, to Mr. Troy's point, if you had gone back in time and seen, I mean, the district had debt repayment that was on this stair step going up. Yeah, it was a ski slope, because the assumption was that there was going to be X amount of, property growth that went on in perpetuity. Okay, and 07, 08 came along and just truncated that and took that out of the equation. So that's what ultimately we were left to kind of deal with, that wasn't going to come to fruition. There wasn't going to be that many households and commercial property around by the time that debt needed to get repaid. So that's when you call it evasive action. And it took action to make sure that our local taxpayers weren't getting wiped out. So.
Yes, it's always satisfying the next time I come out to a meeting and the picture's just those columns. You don't have to talk anymore about the wall. You just have this nice outcome, and then you can plan off of that then.
Yeah, no, well, I think the other piece of this to look at is look out down the road. And it does come down a little bit in a couple of years, and it's just constant. And in theory, based on what you see there with the increased EAV, the tax rate comes down on the bonds and makes, the taxpayers. There should be more taxpayers around to pay that same fixed debt. And so that piece of people's property tax bill actually should be coming down slightly over time based on it. So that's another comforting piece of it.
Yeah, that's why I like the level set sort of structure.
Right.
As the property comes in, they share some of that, and everyone else's burden goes down. And there's 2 resolutions next week. You may recall, last couple of years, a little later in the year, maybe beginning next year, will be a resolution for the abatement process for the final wall. So there'll be another resolution a little later this year. Can't remember when we do that.
These 2 are purely to execute. Okay. Any additional questions?
Good history lesson.
Yeah, no, and that's what this is kind of about, is you have to have the historical perspective to gain an appreciation for what's transpired here. Nothing on that end. Kevin, you good?
Yep, I'm good. Thank you.
You're good. All right. Okay, everybody's good, so then we'll move both 4.51 and 4.52, both bond issuance parameters resolutions to the board meeting. With that, we can move on to human resources. Mr. Gentry.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Okay, first item up is 5.1, monthly human resource updates. Dr. Zier.
Good evening, everyone. Just some updates from the Human Resource Department for the end of August and what we're preparing for going into September. Got our new staff on board, and us HR and payroll are preparing for the 9/10 payroll, which is one of the more complicated ones of the year, as we implement new rates for teachers, make lane changes on the salary schedule. So making sure that we have all the I's dotted and T's crossed as those checks go out next week. Very important that everything is very accurate. So we are spending most of today and tomorrow making sure we're combing through all of that. Along with that, we have a lot of state reporting that needs to be done. Actually, some of it started today. So you can see some of those listed there. So we have to get that turned into ISB, and one of the big things that Mr. Altmeyer and myself are working on right now, and we'll be bringing the Health Insurance Committee together at the end of the month, will be the new health insurance rates that will go into effect January 1 of 2023. So So that committee is scheduled right now to come together September 21st. So in October, we will have the recommendations to the board for the new rates and any carrier changes that may be occurring.
Any questions, committee or otherwise? I just want, like, what is the current picture as far as open positions and kind of the status there?
And we're looking at about 12 certified positions across the district, about 31 paraprofessional positions, and we do have some folks in the onboarding process. Primarily, we're seeing those open positions at the high school and at Marlowe, and they're one-to-one positions for the most part. Our elementary is looking pretty good, I would say 95, 96% filled in terms of paraprofessionals. And bus drivers, we got a couple of folks in the pipeline, still about 16 short to where we would need to be fully staffed.
Okay. And is that just kind of just manifest in just larger route loads, or, and how's that covered off?
Go ahead, Ms. Lombard.
We have a few that we've had to double up, and so it would be based on neighborhoods where a route would either drop at the high school or middle school a little earlier, and then that same driver would then go pick up the other routes. We've also, though, there's a couple of those at each of the 3 secondary buildings. Now that there are after-school activities with athletics, though if we do have some of those that are needing to leave at the end of the day, that does cause a handful more of those alerts that need to go out to parents that aren't consistent, because it just depends on when one of those spring or fall sports is going on, or if we have some call-outs. So it's pretty manageable on days that that's not happening. Transportation is working wonders and magic down there, but certainly I think if we get about 5 more, we're going to be pretty solid on the regular routes and all those things. Then it would just be on those days where we do have larger absences and whatnot. So
Okay.
we are seeing quite a few more applicants than we've ever seen before, and so it's looking though with things that are happening that we're able to secure more of the new drivers, not people with more experience, just because of rates and things like that. And then, so without that experience, it's taking a longer onboarding time, because they do need to get the CDL and the training component of that. But they're working real hard down there in transportation, and like Dr. Zare said, we should, knock on wood, having 2 of them start mid next week, hopefully if everything goes well tomorrow. And that'll help with 2 of our routes that were really impacted last year at the beginning of this year. So I think families will be really excited about that.
Okay. And then you mentioned like the alert process. I wasn't sure I was following what that was referring to.
Sure. If we do have things where somebody has called out, or we or something pops up at the end of the day where maybe we weren't notified, that the changes happen with athletic events all the time. And so if something were to pop up out there, right now we're using the Swift Reach alert to notify parents via email and text that they will have a late bus or whatnot. And they're able to, for the most part, get those right around lunchtime or right after. So if parents do have another way of picking up their children or getting a ride home or something like that, they're able to notify. If it's a mechanical issue, it usually comes out a little bit later. As all the kinks are being ironed out with the MyStop, we'll have that capability where that phone notification will be able to come right from that same app. And so our goal is to switch over, in a few weeks on that piece of it, to notify those parents know that's just a one-stop shop for notifications.
Okay, great, thank you.
And we did get creative with a couple of positions with bus drivers. Here at district office, we had a full-time admin assistant position open. We split that up, and we've got a couple of bus drivers that drive in the morning, come to district office midday, and do admin assistant work for special services and safety and security, and then go back out to the route. So that was something we brought forward in the last HESPA contract, and Ms. Lombard, as we were trying to fill some of these positions, came up with that idea as we had some bus drivers that were interested in going to admin assistant positions. So we were able to fill our admin assistant positions and still keep our drivers at the same time. So that was a positive. Just looking for creative ways to fill some of those spots
nurses, social workers, are we good on that, or which?
Yeah, for nurses, we're onboarding one now for the high school, and that leaves us with a float position open, I believe, Ms. Lombard.
Yeah, and right now, that float position, we're still recruiting for that. We actually have, applicants that we're able to bring on. With that person then would be able to, float around if there are absences before, because their sub-pool for nurses, I think, is 5 deep, and that's it. But they are also working in the hospital setting, and so that float is able to help with that, or times that they're more, heavy paperwork. Our focus was to, go ahead and try to get that opening that was at the high school filled. We had someone, due to an emergency, need to resign at the last minute, and fully supported that person. They'll jump onto our sub list here in a couple months, but wanted to get that piece of it. We're able to service all the kids and whatnot, but wanted to have that fourth position because of the number of 504s and IEPs in our large high school out there.
Yeah.
So one of the nurses will shift to deal and focus solely on that. Right now, she's having to balance between that and serving kids. So it's able to be done, but that person here should be starting, I think, within hopefully the next week. We got to get through orientation, but they're ready to go. So nursing is looking really, really good right now.
Okay.
And in terms of social work, it looks like we're short one at the elementary that's split between Chesapeake and Martin, and one at the secondary level right now. We also didn't fill the ALOP social work / counselor position. We're actually looking, kind of shifted gears a little bit there, because we're noticing that school counselor pool might be a little bit deeper. So we've put that out there also for a school counselor position. But the two individuals that we hired, they're certified teachers, have got that program up and running, so doing really well with that.
So if we use a counselor to fill the social worker role at ELOC?
Yeah, we're looking for both. So,
Okay.
depending, how that applicant pool works. At this point, it'll probably be something we're gonna have to look at in January. And I do know we have one of the counselors, that's been coming over to visit ALOP. I saw her over here, the other day.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we will move it to item 6, building and grounds. Mr. Troy.
Thank you, sir. 6.1, O&M updates. Mr. Rakosik, any highlights on here? I know there's a few.
Yes, thank you. Summer 2023 project, summer 2022 projects. All the smaller ones are done. The two large ones have some very small punch lists left. We're working through. You noticed probably some of the work incomplete yet at Marlowe Middle School. We're working through that, and it looks, we've offered the contractor to come out on the Columbus Day and the day after, which is an institute day, and try to resolve a lot of that work. We're hoping that they cooperate. Summer 2023 project design has commenced. Our additional solar installation that we're thinking, that we approved a bid to CTS Group on is moving forward. I saw a preliminary design. We submitted to ComEd an interconnect application. So that step in the process is moving forward. I've had a conversation with the Village of Algonquin, and they will want us to go through the full zoning review process. Again, with this little solar piece, it should be simpler because we're actually putting it out of the view of the neighbors in front of the solar that we've already got. So I don't see that to be very difficult. You'll notice attached, one of the attachments in there is that we're pleased to work through and being able to fix another layer of our natural gas hedging for your September 24 through August 26. Unfortunately, the market has just gone spiraling. It's one of the worst pieces of inflation I think I witnessed. We're very happy with 56.6 cents per therm. But the market is like 93 cents on the spot right now. There's no end in sight for that inflation, and there's a lot of reasons for it that I'd be happy to talk about if you really want me to. That's fixing 50% of our position and 100% of the basis, which gives us the opportunity then, it normalizes the price for buying from Henry Hub. And then that's a published price we can have access to, and it's usually a very favorable market. We're continuing to look for a layer for the winter months, if at all possible, to protect us from spikes that are predicted to be well over $1. To give you some scale of where that puts us compared to where we are and where we've been, last month's bill, the 50% fixed that we had, we're in a 2-year position on this right now through August 24th, is 29 cents a therm.
No, it's like that.
And, but in the budget that I worked, forecasted some numbers for Mr. Altmeyer, I predicted the other 50% will be at $1 the winter months. It's not looking any prettier. So you may notice the gas budget like almost doubled for this year, because it's just, the market is just in a very tough place. I keep my fingers crossed that we don't have a polar vortex coming. Solar savings. ComEd has turned a corner and produced a lot of the interval data we need to take another deeper look and get us closer to up to date with what we're really saving on our spend on electricity versus with solar versus without solar. And I'm happy to inform you that there are 19 months on the attached piece. And if you add the numbers up for the 3 caps, it's $422,000. That's what we predicted that we would save in 24 months. So we're doing well. We really are. And that's even with a couple of performance hiccups. So financially, we're doing very well in our position there on electricity, which offsets the burden we're getting from our gas.
Yes.
There's a little note in there just to bring your attention that by signing for another 2 years hedging with NANIA, they paid to plant 87 trees in our neighborhood to help with carbon emissions. Knowing that the market for HVAC equipment is in a very, very brutal place, the first thing I did after I presented the capital project list, which seemed to be fairly well received, is I developed an RFP, which has already been issued for the DX cooling initiative, because that equipment will be a very long lead time. We had a pre-proposal meeting on August 29th. We had 6 companies represented there, and dialogue continues. And lastly, the district's been alerted there's a school maintenance grant coming through. It's a pretty easy button. We've done this a number of times over the years. We have projects that are probably in the top 3 priorities, and we're always successful with presenting one of those. A roof replacement would be probably the one we'll plan for and submitting on, and expect to get that to help offset our expense for the year. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the
Just a quick question would be the rates on gas. What's the time frame that they've spiked? Has that been a 2-3 month time frame, or has that been a?
It's been going on now for about since Texas had the big freeze. It's been creeping up.
Yeah.
It's had some dips now and then, but the dips are gone. It's just been heading for $1 head on. There's been moments of $1, a lot of them.
Yeah, 'cause I mean, it hasn't been anywhere close to that.
To put this all in perspective, though, 20 years ago, we had a year on September 29th, about 20, maybe 19 years ago, where we were able to fix a position at 83 cents. We were so happy. It was such a great price at 83 cents. The market just has been going down for so long, it just hit the bottom and it's going back up. The 29 cents is where I was involved in purchasing natural gas like 33 years ago. It's just the market has gone backward for so long. It's finally truing up, and there's global impact that's caused.
Right, now I figured that wasn't helping, man.
And the U.S. has built several liquid nitrogen gas exporting stations. One of them failed, thank God. I'm sorry to say, but it's given the local market a little bit where they can't export as much as they used to, so storage has been going up a little, but it's under track for repair. But still, the pressures of the international market are just making it spiral. And our little heat wave that we're having nationally isn't helping either.
Any other questions? I like to see that NANIA letter. Personally, I'd like to see a few more trees in our land, but that's just me. I know that always comes with more maintenance, but
I wish they would have asked because we would have gladly.
Right.
Taking them.
We definitely have enough, open land space where I think the trees would have been a nice addition.
It's been very nice. What we do have is mostly been planted by donations of our community members. It's been very nice.
All right, moving on. Thank you for those updates. Item 6.2, the air filter bid. Anything to comment on this one? Seemed pretty straightforward.
There's another piece of inflation for you. This is really elite. One of the things when the pandemic hit that they talked about that was very important is filtration. So air filters has been a very popular item. I think a lot more people are doing their due diligence on maintenance. We've always done a good job and get commendations on the quality and cleanliness of our HVAC equipment because of our filter maintenance program. This is six shipments in 2 years for $84,000. Triton's a good company. I have no reason not to recommend that.
Any questions from the committee or the board? Any hesitancy in moving this forward then?
Not at all.
All right, we'll go ahead and move that ahead. And that brings a close to building and grounds. Mr. Craddy, legislative.
No report tonight, unless you have something.
The only thing that I would add, I have as you may recall, I am the government relations chair for the Kishwaukee region for ISA. We have our September meeting coming up on the 15th, I believe, the day of our next meeting. So at the next meeting, I should be able to offer some updates on what's planned and expected out of the veto session and maybe what's coming in the General Assembly in the spring, but there's not been very much activity.
Anything else? Move to item 8, Board of Education.
Zero are strategic planning measures.
All right, so I will share my screen in just a moment. For some reason it is. I'm not the only one having technical difficulties. All right, so we are to, in the September Committee of the Whole each year, I come forward with our annual measures that the cabinet and principals, cabinet builds, principals put their eyes on, and we have a collaborative discussion around setting our goals for the school year. This district has been really one of the few that have maintained its laser focus on our strategic planning measures just in the field. This is not an easy thing to do, and it really does drive the work that we do each year. So this is an important part of our kickoff to the school year because it's where we set our goals that we're held to. The board approves these goals, and then we're held to them in terms of our work. This last year, achieving 88% of the goals coming through the pandemic is work that I'm very proud of. I'm very proud of my team and all the way down through all of our buildings, and I expect that we're going to have another very successful school year. So as you know, the strategic plan is built into 4 overarching goals that we hope to achieve and expect to achieve over the course of the 5-year lifespan of this plan. So what I have up here are this year's proposed goals that I'll share with you for discussion for each of those big overarching categories. So goal number 1, all students achieving their personal and growth and development. Most of the annual measures in this category are just that, annual measure. They're all going to look very familiar. So the first 2 are academic achievement goals, where we strive to hit 84% of our students hitting their projected growth based on the ECRA model, meaning 84% of our students will meet or exceed their trend that they've set forth in years past in our district on their testing performance. The next 2 goals were new this last year, and we obviously are looking to keep those going, that we will not only look at the students that are meeting it and exceeding on the state accountability assessments, but we're going to report out and have the expectation that we're going to show growth each year. If you remember, that's a measure that Mr. Gentry brought up last year, liking to look at our benchmark districts. This is a way that we can show that growth, and then in the October data presentation, when that's allowed to be made public, we'll have that benchmark data as requested from last year. And then the final two in Goal 1, the social emotional learning plan as well as our literacy action plan are comprehensive plans with year-by-year specific targets that we're engaging to meet. So we're going to continue rolling those out, and the action steps listed out in those plans will be what we're holding ourselves to. Moving on to goal number 2. If at any point there are questions, feel free to stop me. We can stop and ask questions as we go or at the very end. Goal number 2 are all students are prepared to achieve their lifelong goals. In this area, we have our academic growth goals for our students with IEPs. We're proposing a slight adjustment to how we measure that growth this year. This last year, we had 84%, that same measure as our non-IEP students, that they hit that growth target along on the ECRA growth model. And we're proposing a slight adjustment because, as you know, students with a learning disability, they learn differently, right? If they have a reading goal or a math goal or if it's a speech goal or a social emotional goal, there's a lot of different aspects that are at play in that growth trajectory. And as Dr. Del Castillo and I were discussing earlier today in my preparation, she made a great analogy of, a student with an IEP, they're going to learn and they'll come out of the gate hot and then pause and maybe go backwards, and then learn again and up that trajectory and pause and go backwards, and sometimes take a right turn and then back on track. And it's just different than a student that does not have some form of a learning disability. So through extensive conversation, we felt that it would be most appropriate to just project they will continue to make growth in those areas until we get to the point where a more comprehensive system can be in place where we can measure the percentage of students that are meeting their IEP goals as individuals in that collective form. That would, I think, probably be the desired outcome at some point, which if you go back and think about some of the things that you've approved in the recent months, approving goal book for our case managers and LEAs to make a more consistent process across the board, having consistently written IEP goals is a step in the direction of that consistency, and kind of think about it as inter-rater reliability. If that inter-rater reliability exists across the district, we can set consistent goals that might then be able to help us take a step toward looking at our goal achievement for our students with an IEP in totality, and maybe that's the direction that we go. Because the goals in the IEP are showing true progress of their development. So that was our line of thinking. I mean, we'll open it for discussion, but we think it's a better way of going, of showing that academic growth year over year than trying to hit a percentage of students that are similar in comparison to our non-IEP students. And the final two in this category are also similar in that they're comprehensive plans that are already in motion, the district personalized learning plan, as well as the college and career readiness framework. Within that college and career readiness framework, you'll have things like our school links implementation, as well as our dual degree program. So there's a lot of meat inside those, but those plans have been approved and are already in motion and have set targets for the year.
Just back you up on that, go back a couple ones on the IEP stuff. My understanding that if you use that 84% logic, you would be either over or undershooting the population where you're really trying to hit the mark collectively, but measured individually for the IEPs, or how to think about. I think I get the concept, but I'm not sure I'm following how you'd measure that specifically.
Get the concept of
like, kind of measuring against the individual, so a summation of the individual progress against their individual targets as a someday number, but in the current year.
I think I understand what you're saying, and maybe I may have caused confusion in casting what we'd like that end goal to be. Mm-hmm. So I think to put it simply, what I was saying is based on our conversation earlier, we think the ultimate goal down the road would be what percentage of our special education students met the goals in their IEP for the year that was set in their annual review.
Right.
And if we can hit, say, let's say 90% of our goals were met, and that be a target that we strive for, then that may be a more accurate representation of true growth for students with disabilities.
Right.
I think, and what we're looking for here is hitting that 84%, is we're putting all students with an IEP into a bucket. And that growth, yet they have different inhibitors to their growth than a student without a disability. So a student without any disabilities has the ability to be on a kind of a steady plane of growth in reading and math. Whereas a student with an IEP, there's those factors that are getting in the way of that growth, and not all of the assessments that we can use to show that growth are able to contribute to that 84%. For instance, ECRA only has, they take STAR, they take Ames Web, they take the IER and SAT, and sometimes those standardized tests really don't give an accurate representation of the true academic growth our students are making, because the disabilities that are interfering in that growth.
Right.
If I'm not describing this solid enough, as we discussed earlier today, please chime in. But
Okay. But then the measure for the here and now, this year would just be a simple.
well, for the here and now this year, we take the growth that you'll see in October, that our students made from last year, and based on that number, we'll see growth next year.
Okay.
So say it's 79% of our students with learning disability met their expected growth. Next year would be a higher percentage of that 79. We'll show academic growth is that's what we're proposing.
Okay. Got it.
If that makes sense.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions on goal 2? We get stuck here every year when we talk about 84%, and we push ECRA and push ECRA and push ECRA to make that understandable. We're doing better than we've ever done, but it's challenging to wrap our head around.
Thanks, Kevin.
Second, real quick, can you just kind of loop back around when you were talking about the dual degree program? Are you looking at how to implement that?
It's been approved, and our students, our first cohort of students have begun. So, but with that, it's supporting that progress and continuing the growth into year 2.
He's just telling what's part of that.
It's already, that's
What 22-23's phase includes. That's
correct.
a piece of what it includes.
Okay.
So within that college and career readiness
forward
plan,
to us,
dual degree, schooling, so you've heard about schooling, we've approved that. That implementation in student use, there are specific targets that we have set forth that in this school year we're going to achieve. They're built into that.
They're built in?
Yes.
Okay.
So it'll say college and career readiness framework will be implemented. Well, that may be 17 or 18 things. I didn't want to list out all 17 or 18 things in here. But you have access to that in, not the document that's here, but I can send it to you so you can see every single step if you like.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. All right, goal number 3 is all students learn in environments that are safe, secure, and supportive. So the 2022-23 action steps of our equity plan will be implemented. We'll conduct a job satisfaction survey for staff engagement, social emotional support, and climate. You'll remember from last meeting, this was one of the targets that we did not meet during the 21-22 school year, so we've carried that over to this year because that's obviously data that we're very interested in and we've invested heavily in, given our Orange Frog implementation. The district will enhance experiential learning opportunities in the LIGHT program and focus our efforts on expanding those experiences within the business, as well as enhancing our partnership with MCC. We're very excited about the fact that MCC has reopened its doors and allowed our Tier 3 and Tier 4 students to return for large portions of their day to the MCC campus. And they've actually, Dr. Del Castillo and I have explored and are carrying out enhanced partnership with them to explore and expose our students to hydroponic planting. And we have a vision that this hydroponic planting could expand a number of steps further, but in the immediate, They'll learn the process, be able to harvest some of the hydroponic plantings, and hopefully that those hydroponic plants can play a role in that public-facing storefront that we're working on. So we're investing a lot of our time and energy in that, in the experiential side of what's going on with Light, and have a meeting next week with MCC to continue that work. So we're very excited about some of the opportunities our Light students are going to have this year, and we're hoping that that just the experience enhancing the storefront becomes a reality very, very soon. The students are going to be a part of, you know, the entire process of going through and understanding, obtaining a storefront, to building a business plan, to having a say in what they'd like to be on display and be available for the public, and expand beyond the soaps and candles that we've been using in the years past. As we've obtained in terms of direct feedback from some of our families that we met with last spring. The district, we're going to conduct an assessment of our secondary learning environment. So we go back to the anti-bullying efforts and conversations we've had through the year. This last year, Ms. Lombard led the charge of updating that policy and following those state guidelines, and then implemented our smart social effort in terms of the very informed parent, but also the smart social effort that you'll see in the next bullet down, launching the two-way student tip line. There's a lot of work that needs to go in to make sure that really embeds itself into district culture and into our students having access and are utilizing that resource. So we're going to conduct, but what's interesting about this next step is we want to conduct an assessment of what our students' perceptions are and their experiences in our building. So when we say bias-based bullying, we're talking about race-based bullying. We're talking about their sexual identity and those types of bullying that has evolved over time and maybe are the most challenging for our students to deal with and for us to respond to. So we want their perceptions and kind of perceptions of how we respond so that we can build a strong plan moving forward. We had a training earlier this week with all of our secondary administrators with the Illinois Prevent School Violence Network, and it was a great kickoff in terms of conversations about what type of bullying have we experienced and seen in the past, and how have we been responding. So I think this is going to be some really good work and bring our student voice to the forefront. I mentioned launching the student helpline. Earlier in the summer, you approved the 2-year plan to implement the Orange Frog implementation, and we had our staff kickoff an opening day, and it'll take that to the community and our students next year. Yet there's a lot of work still to be done in terms of ensuring that staff kickoff isn't just a one and done, but it's really embedded into the district. And then finally here, the last bullet is, a few years ago, Mr. Dean implemented and conducted a safety audit. We're gonna have that safety audit revisited and ensure that our practices are still up to best practice and find the holes, and you'll receive a report in executive session on that at some point later this spring. And our final overarching goal is that we remain sustainable. Mr. Altmeyer talked about some of this during his budget presentation earlier, but we will again meet and exceed state fiscal guidelines. We will create affinity groups to support the environment and culture within our employees. And this is a new venture for us, and one that has come out of our equity work. But it's come out of our equity work in that I think I've mentioned before that I'm a part of the Digital Promise League of Innovative Schools Teacher of Color Pipeline cohort of superintendents. And what we've done is we've conducted, the purpose of that cohort is to enhance the Teacher of Color pipeline to increase the number of employees of color within our school district. And districts that had that interest joined this cohort. So where we initially began looking to enhance the pipeline and bring more teachers of color in, we've hosted a couple of design studios. We hosted the one in March and then one in June. And during our March design studio, we learned that attracting new employees is not the first step that we need to take. Our current employees shared especially our dual language teachers shared there was a feeling of connectivity to the buildings that was different for their experience and our white employees. So based on their feedback, we needed to focus more on retention and hearing their voice and giving them a connectivity to the building, so they have the same experience that we've had. So out of the second design studio, where we talked about what retention efforts should we consider, two suggestions emerged. One was a multicultural fair for staff members so that we can celebrate the differences in our cultures among staff and have ways to connect with each other as people. But the other was forming affinity groups. Well, an affinity group is an opportunity for our staff members in two different categories, the LGBTQ plus category as well as a teacher of color, to come together and basically form a community within our community, so that teachers that are across district in different buildings have the ability, and we're creating that opportunity for them to form relationships with one another so they can share life experiences, and then that feedback from what their experience has been has a direct pipeline up to cabinet members so that we can be connected to what it's like to be a District 158 employee and be a person of color or a member of the LGBTQ community. So that that direct pipeline of communication helps us know what kind of environment are we creating and what adjustments should we consider making so that retention of our employees is obviously one of our highest priorities, and that percentage can remain high. So the affinity groups, that communication went out earlier this week, and work has begun on that. And then our final two is that we'll continue to identify and implement operational efficiencies that Mr. Altmeyer mentioned earlier. And then we have some great ideas in terms of our family engagement. We have a number of big rollouts that have begun this year, from the adoption of Schoology, the parent response at the open houses to the new Schoology app that used to be Haiku, and PowerSchool eliminated Haiku and switched over to Schoology, has been phenomenal. It was slow going at first, but after the open houses, parents have jumped on it at a really great level, and it's been some great conversation with the new math curriculum adoption. There's a lot of parent learning and engagement opportunities, as well as what's coming with Schoology. And we have a presentation planned for you to allow you to engage with Schoology at a different level. But we're very, very excited about it, and a tremendous opportunity to connect college and career preparation to planning all the way through high school to help with the college search or post-secondary search, whether it be a trade school or directly into the workforce. So with that, if there are any additional questions, happy to field those and discuss the measures that we're proposing.
One kind of out there question would be, I was looking at kind of the bucketing of these, and like the social emotional learning plan is up in the first bullet there, achieve personal growth and development, but I could have actually slotted it in any of the first three. Was there a particular logic that placed it there versus the next two?
We had that conversation when we were crafting these, and every time I look at it, I can have the exact same thought of I could place this in a different bucket. The two that stand out to me most are the IEP growth goals. Should those go up in goal number 1 versus goal number 2 because it's academic growth? Yet, when you look at the specific category, achieving your lifelong goals, that's the goals and the IEP being the focus. So I think it certainly could. We could slide them around if they make more sense.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure of where it should go, but it struck me as maybe something more environmental, the safe and secure environment. Sure. But I'm open either way. I don't really.
It doesn't prohibit us from working on them either way. But every time I look at it, I have the exact same thought of it. Is it placed in the right spot, and should it be shuffling around?
Right. And then a question on the ECRIS model, or ECRIS. Is that, like, statistically, is that something that needs redevelopment periodically, or is it static?
Phone a friend, but my understanding of our ECRA partnership is it's readjusted.
Yeah, every
year.
Every time a student takes a test,
That's right.
it's calculating all of their testing performance, and it's putting in this projection of future performance.
And I guess is that, maybe I'm overthinking this, but like that predictive quality of that future performance, is that like a data model thing, or is it a?
I think it is a data model thing that's all mapped out, but my understanding of it is that you know, you take in 84% and why not 95% or 100%. Their model's based on, you know, the factors that need to be pulled out of that percentage of students are going to remain on target. The students that need intervention, the students that have, I think that, you know, disabilities. I don't know if you have anything to add. I don't want to misexplain this.
No, you did. It is based off of a data model, and then, with COVID, they did readjust students last year to reset where they started. Our question is the state did not adjust their, proficiency levels, you know, and so that we readjusted ours for proficiency performing. So it's interesting to see how that goes in there, but it is a data model. Dr. Roy explained it well. It adjusts every year to what the kid can do and projects out.
So then we actually look at, and you know, if factors A, B, and C predict Z,
Correct.
and the data evolves over time, they're actually adjusting it. It might be A, B, and D are a better predictor of Z, and they adjust for that as
Correct.
part of their service. Okay.
You got it.
Other questions?
I have a quick question, two, real quick, the focus group that you,
Affinity?
with Affinity, and, what were the two groups?
It was LGBTQ+ and Teachers of Color.
Who attended the Teacher of Color?
We haven't held a meeting. We've sent a letter expressing that we will be,
The ones over the summer.
well, so.
Were they current, or?
They are current, yes.
They were, okay, I didn't know if that was, bringing in a cohort from.
So, no. So our, the Teacher of Color Design Studios,
That's what it was, design studio.
you know, Dr. Del Castillo, Dr. Zier, and I, and Monique Beelan were on those, or that leadership team that designed that. And we had a number of our administrators and a number of our teachers in dual language that attended that and participated. The first one, we had university partners, we had community partners, when we thought we were heading down the path of recruitment. But when it shifted to retention, we closed it off and just held it in-house to current employees to talk about what they're experiencing and what areas we need to focus on to enhance that experience to increase the likelihood that they'll want to stay.
Okay, and that's what I wanted that clarification on, was we did bring it in-house. to
Yes.
Get that feedback.
For the second one, we did.
For what's happening in our district, okay. And then my second question is, going to bullet point 2, our students are prepared to achieve their lifelong goals. When we're phasing in college and career readiness, is there anything built in there for drilling down more for when we talk about trades? I know are we leaning toward, I think of one of the strategic planning meetings that we had with the community, I know that's come up, we've talked about that. Are we making any progress with partnerships with anyone to, with any of the trades?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think that we actually have a pretty robust offering for students that are interested in going in the trades. From, you know, you saw just the Education Foundation in partnership with the Bosch grant that we received. We just added a lift for our autos program that we don't, since we don't have an auto shop. But then also, there's and Dr. Zimkin may phone a friend here if you have some specifics that you may want to offer, or Mr. Kennedy, even on some of our efforts in terms of the trades. But, you know, next week we are a member with partnership with MCC in terms of the manufacturing breakfast. We engage with all these manufacturers. We try and partner our students in terms of internship opportunities. The future of Schoology has opportunities for manufacturers and businesses to post jobs and internships for our students to get access to. Something I haven't talked about yet, but is in the works, is an initiative with the McHenry County Economic Development Corporation, where we've been invited, along with one other school district in the county, to build a plan and go visit businesses and manufacturing firms to connect teachers with manufacturers directly, so that we can strengthen the relationship and teachers can kind of advise, hey, I see this skill set. I know people that this may be a great opportunity for you. We were invited for a reason, and we were invited because of, our forward thinking in terms of instruction and our size, but then also because of the efforts that we've put in place in terms of the trades. I think there's a false narrative out there that we're not focused on trades, we're only focused on college and careers, and that's 100% not true.
I know some of this talk, I know some of these answers, but I asked the question to highlight that, so when somebody's looking at this and they're watching and they see this, it doesn't just get, bucketed in with, college and career readiness.
Just because college is mentioned first, doesn't mean it's 100% college focused.
I just wanted to bring a little bit of light to that and have that focus for anybody that's...
So 77% of our students will attend some form of college after high school. So if you remember, even, 10 years ago, that was 67% of our students. So although the pendulum is shifting in terms of post-secondary attendance, and that number may start to go down because nationally it's so expensive, and the compensation packages for manufacturing firms or what a two-year degree can get you, college isn't as attractive as it once was. But our goal in college and career readiness is to prepare every single one of our students so that they can get into college if they choose to go that route. But we also expose them to the opportunities that they have if that's not the path that they choose to take. There's a ton of opportunities at our high school, and I think now that we're getting things back to normal, our students, their families are going to feel that that the opportunities are going to be flowing very, very quickly at them, and I hope that they engage because there's a ton of great opportunities.
I don't want that to get lost and overshadowed by any of that. So thank you.
Sure.
Further questions?
Just one other, I think you briefly touched on it, but a lot of these bullets about the steps from other plans. I think there would be some value, maybe a page 2 that would list out those bullet points for, like the 2020, the fiscal 23 action steps for the different initiatives. I think, they're out there and they're in all their individual plans, but I think there'd be some value to a page 2 that supplements the page to say, at a glance, these are the things we're talking about for each of these initiatives.
So what I'll do is I'll actually send it to you tomorrow, and then at the regular meeting when we post, we'll have the PDF with hyperlinks to those subcategories.
Have links.
Yeah. But I'll get you that access to it tomorrow so you can peruse and be fully prepared for the next meeting.
Anything further?
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Thank you for presenting. Nobody has any issues with me moving this forward then to the board meeting for approval? I will do that. Item 8.2 is our minutes from August 4th and August 18. Any questions or issues with those minutes? That we'll move those forward. We approved at the regular meeting. Item 9 is closed session. I will make a motion to go into closed session at 8:07 for the items enumerated in the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Maiorino. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Craddock?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi? Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Okay, we'll be in closed session. You're right.
Sure.
Okay, we're back from closed session. It is 10:29. Troy, you're gonna do a roll call.
So, 3:29 PM. So right down the line, Mr. Pratty? Here. Mr. Flat, no. Mr. Guerin?
Call me Mr. Flat.
No, I'm just reading down the line here.
Still here. As
Mrs. Melendia. No voice,
Present.
Mr. Gentry?
Here,
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Here.
Mr. Troy, I am here.
Okay. No action at a closed session. I'll make a motion to adjourn our meeting at 10:29. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Maiorino. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we're adjourned.
So, you know.